Good afternoon. Welcome back to qualifying here at the PWBA Wichita Open, round 2 qualifying. Game 1 of 6 getting started. Game 7 overall here in this second round of qualifying. Diana Zavialova, the Latvian, is the leader after the first round today. 6 games this morning. Diana averaged 230.83. Put her at plus 185, 1385 for the 6-game block. She is our tournament leader. Amanda Green of Romney, West Virginia, sitting in second place at plus 158. Brianna Caldwell of Red Rock, Arizona at plus 120. She's in third place. Jazreel Tan of Singapore, fourth place at plus 117. Jazreel won last week's event in Lubbock. Sabrina Divis of Gillette, Wyoming, fifth place at plus 113. Marsha Klimkin of Pleasant View, Utah, sixth place at plus 101. Brittany Hemmelreich at plus 100. Samantha Shaden also at plus 100. Ninth place belongs to Megan Kelly of Dayton, Ohio at plus 95. Three-way tie for 10th at plus 93. Linda Barnes, Kelly Kulik, and Lindsay Boomershine. 13th place, Tania Falbo, Greensburg, Pennsylvania, plus 91. 14th place is Danielle McEwen of Stony Point, New York, plus 88. Shannon Sellens sits in 15th place at plus 87. And Liz Culkin rounds out the top 16 at plus 86, a 214.33 average for Liz Culkin in the last spot, currently in the number. Shayna Ung of Singapore is next out at plus 84. And then 18th place is Carolyn Doran Ballard, the Hall of Famer, at plus 83. Carolyn is on our featured pairs here for game number 1 of the second round. CDB going to be up on lane number 26 here in just a minute, or less than a minute, I should say. Also Shayna Ung on this pair as well, or on the feature pairs as well. She's getting ready to bowl on 24. So she is the other player just outside of the cut number. You can see CDB on the far right side of your screen, getting ready to go here for the second frame after starting with a spare. If you'd like to find the results or the live scoring, pwba.com/live. pwba.com/live is where you should go. We've got the link to the live scoring and the results, as well as the extra frame streaming as well. The live scoring is a nice feature. It allows you to view the frame by frame for any pair in the house. All 48 lanes. We're using 46. 1 and 2 out of play as a breakdown pair. But you can follow the action on all the pairs using our live scoring, thanks to Merrick. Just joining us, we are just underway, round 2 of qualifying here at the PWBA Wichita Open. Just a few frames in to game 1. We've got 6 games in this round, and then we'll make our cut to the top 16 for round robin match play tomorrow, starting at 8:30 a.m. Central Time. Stepladder finals scheduled for 6:30 p.m. Central Time tomorrow evening, 7:30 Eastern. Top 4 make it to the stepladder, so be sure to tune in tomorrow night for that. Should be a great show as always. PDB trying to make it 3 in a row, and a kind of weak 10 there. Ends her hopes of a turkey early in this game. Shot. Heather there in the 4th frame. By the way, if you're interested to learn more about some of the players, you can go to PWBA.com, click on players, and we've got player bios for some of the selected members. Can also find information on the upcoming tournaments. And one of our big events is the U.S. Women's Open. That is coming up, and you can take the challenge to win the green jacket by competing in the Bullmore AMF U.S. Women's Open. This is your chance to compete for more than $150,000 in the estimated prize fund and have at least a full 3 days to bowl. So it's not a short duration event. It's all happening August 31st in North Brunswick, New Jersey. You can secure your spot by registering at bowl.com/US Open. There's also information on the US Open for the men as well as the women at bowl.com/US Open if you'd like to get signed up for either event. Entries have been coming in pretty fast for both events, even though they're quite a ways down the road. The U.S. Women's Open coming up in September, first week in September, and the men's U.S. Open in November in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Garland, Texas. But bowl.com/US Open is where you can find information on those great events. We hope that you'll join us. Have live coverage for you here on Extra Frame of both those great tournaments, returning after taking the year off last year. about halfway through game 1 here in round 2. Diana Zavylova, your leader after 6 games this morning, to kick things off here at the PWBA Wichita Open. I want to give a special thank you to the sponsors of the PWBA Tour, the product registered companies, especially the ball companies who stepped up to be our major sponsors: 900 Global, Brunswick, Columbia 300, Hammer, Roto Grip, and Storm. So thank you to those companies for their support of the PWBA. We've got a host of other companies that have come on board to show their support as well. I would encourage you to go on to pwba.com. If you go to tournaments, format, and product registration, you can see the list of all the companies that are involved in the tour. Those companies that I mentioned: 900 Global, Brunswick, Columbia 300, Hammer, Roto Grip, and Storm, are top-level equipment and logo sponsors. Level 1 equipment only would be Ebonite, Motive, and Track. Our accessories product registered companies: 3G, Dexter, Genesis Bowling, Master Industries, Mongoose Products, Real Bowlers Tape, Robbie's Turbo Bowling Accessories, and Vice Grips. And on the apparel side, Apparel EFX, Boom Apparel, High Five Gear, Logo Infusion, Ontal, and Bolify. And we can't forget one of the most important sponsors we have, one of the partners we have. That would be Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider for the PWBA Tour. They make sure that we have the best possible technology and lane conditioning procedures here for these PWBA events. And our thanks to Kegel for making sure and helping to protect the integrity of these events in terms of lane conditioning. They do a great job. Pleased to have them on board to help us out with the PWBA Tour.
Funky, I just can't.
Looks like on lane 20, Georgia Drews has the front 6. Let's keep an eye on that as Carbonetto leaves the 10 pin. Georgia. Drews now has the front 7 on lane 20. If you'd like to follow along on the live scoring. That would be 19 and 20 would be the pair to look at. Nice break there for Ashley Bright. 10-pin got a kick and wobbled over. Keep you updated on Georgia Drews here. She will be bowling the 8th frame in just a moment. Georgia went through the face and left a 4-6-7 split in the 8th. So her run of strikes comes to an end. Finishing up our opening game of this round on 25-26, Carolyn Doran Ballard makes the single pin in the 10th. Carolyn will be at 214 with a strike on the fill. Couple of frames to go, 23 and 24 to wrap up game 1 of the second round. You're watching live coverage of the PWBA Wichita Open here on Bull TV on Extra Frame. Shayna Ung, who was just below the cut number coming in to this 6-game block with a strike for a double on lane 23. She can go 228 this game. Top 5 coming into this round: Diana Zavialova, Amanda Green, Brianna Caldwell, Jazriel Tan, and Sabrina Divis. Zavialova at plus 185, Green plus 158, Caldwell plus 120, Tan at plus 117, and Divis at plus 113. You can find those results at pwba.com/live. Looks like our winner from Sacramento, Alicia Current, is going to be on the feature pairs for game 2. Shayna not able to get the double in the 10th, so she's going to be in the 2 teens this game. Looks like we're just about ready to start game 2 on 25 and 26. So we are just wrapping up game 1 on 23 and 24. Carbonetto gets a late tap on the 7 for the double. I'll give her a chance to throw a different ball in the fill ball here. With this first shot by Sabrina Divis, we are underway with game 2. She was in 5th place coming into this round after averaging 218.83 this morning in the opening 6 games. We also have Kovalova on this pair. She started out really well, but then she must have bowled pretty poorly the last couple of games because she dropped down to plus 58. She was more than 100 over after the first 3. So she gave back 50 pins in the last 2 games this morning. That dropped her outside of the cut down to 28th place coming into this round. if you include this game, there's only 5 games of qualifying left. It goes by pretty quick, doesn't it? Already bowled 7 games to start qualifying here at the PWBA Wichita Open. And we've got 5 games left to determine our match play field, which we will most likely know in the next 3.5 hours or so. Kovalova with a double to start, along with Divis. Klumpkin with a nice strike after starting off this game with a split. So Heather Whitney, Natalie Cortez, 25 and 26, along with Alicia Current, Sabrina Divis, and Daria Kovalova. And on 23 and 24, Karen Boyd up right now. Marsha Klumpkin, Brooke Bauer, Brittany Hemmelreich on that pair as well. Front 3 for Sabrina Divis. I don't know what she bowled the first game of this block, but so far, things looking pretty good for her here in round 2. Game 2. Another nice strike for Sabrina. Front four. All right, I have an update on the standings for you now. Diana Zaviolova, first place at plus 185. She shot 200 first game of this block. Kelly Kulik, 258 to start off round two, and she jumps all the way up to second place. Let's see, where was Kelly? Kelly was tied for 10th. So that 258 moves her all the way to second place at plus 151. Brianna Caldwell, third place at plus 145. Marsha Klimkin, fourth place, plus 138. Got a tie for fifth, Jazriel Tan and Brittany Hemmelrock at plus 128. Amanda Green and Linda Barnes are tied at plus 118. Seventh place. Ninth place, Sabrina Divis at plus 112. She shot 199 her first game. We were wondering that earlier. Jen Higgins and Ashley Rucker tied at 10th. At the 10th position at plus 108. Tania Falbo in 12th at plus 106. Shayna Ung of Singapore moves up to 13th at 216. That put her at plus 100. Remember, she was outside of the number coming into that game, so scores went down a little bit. Danielle McEwen, 14th place at plus 99. Liz Culkin at plus 98 is in 15th place, and Carolyn Dorn-Ballard moves up into the cut number at plus 97. We watched her bowl 214 the first game of this round. Next out of the cut is Kayla Johnson, who just bowled 256 to get to plus 93. And then you've got a whole bunch of people who are real close, including Lindsay Boomershine, Megan Kelly, Summer Jasmine, Samantha Shaden, Shannon O'Keefe, Stephanie Johnson, Jackie Carbonetto, Karen Boyd, Daria Kovalova, and Elise Bolton, all within 40 pins or so of 16th place with 5 games to go in the standings. Sabrina had a good start, front 4, then went 7 spare, now 6th frame. And that one got away from her a little bit, leaves the 6-10. She can get it back together though, she's still in good shape this game. Karen Boyd, 3 strikes in a row. If you'd like to see the standings for yourself, pwba.com/live is where you can find them. Diana Zaviolova is still holding on to the lead by 34 pins over Kelly Kulik. Bauer was among the players featured in an article on PennLive.com this week. Posted the link to that article on our PWBA Twitter feed at PWBA Tour. If you'd like to go back through our posts and check that out. She's up right now on lane 23. Brooke having a little bit of a rough game this game. Great shot for Karen Boyd, 4 in a row. Marina gets a strike in the 7th. Make sure you like the PWBA Tour on Facebook. We've been trying to grow our number of Facebook fans. PWBA.com, I'm sorry, Facebook.com/PWBA Tour is the quickest way to find it. And then on Twitter, of course, at PWBA Tour. So Facebook.com/PWBA Tour. Also Twitter.com/PWBA Tour if you'd like to stay up to date with what's going on the PWBA. Another strike for Karen Boyd. 5 in a row. Don't forget the PWBA Tour is also on Instagram. You can search for us at PWBA Tour if you are on Instagram. You know, I don't post too frequently on Instagram, but perhaps I will. Heading to a close here, game 2 of 6 in this afternoon session of qualifying at the PWBA Wichita Open. Got a lot of great events coming up here on Bowl TV on Extra Frame. Next week, the PWBA and the PBA join forces for the Striking Against Cancer mixed doubles. That'll be here on Extra Frame. And then if you'd like to find the complete schedule of PWBA Tour events, you can find that at pwba.com. We've got the PWBA Topeka Open presented by Prairie Band Casino and Resort, August 6th to the 8th. Following that will be the PWBA Lincoln Open, August 13th to 15th. August 20th to the 23rd will be in Welch, Minnesota for the PWBA Minnesota Open. August 27th to the 30th, we'll head to Canton, Michigan at Super Bowl for the PWBA Detroit Open. August 31st to September 6th, we head to New Jersey, North Brunswick, New Jersey. Brunswick Zone Carolier, the 82-lane center there. Hosted many great championship events for the Bullmore AMF US Women's Open. Plenty of spots still available in that event. If you'd like to register, go to bull.com/US Open for your chance to win the green jacket. And then everything wraps up this season for the PWBA. September 10th to the 13th, the PWBA Tour Championship presented by GoBowling.com. Tour Championship features the players who won this season, who are members, and then is filled in from the points list. So far, Liz Johnson and Alicia Current have earned spots in the PWBA Tour Championship. Jazrael Tan, who won last week, is not a PWBA member and therefore not eligible to earn a spot in the Tour Championship. Karen Boyd looking to close out what has been a pretty good run here. Trying to continue the string of strikes, but leaves the 6, 9, 10. Oh my, Sabrina Divis misses the single pin in the 10th. Leaves a lot of pins out there. Only shoots 232. Could have been in the 240s if she'd have made that spare. Brittany Hemmelwright wanted us to give a shout out to her son Brady, who's watching. So hello, Brady. It's a nice finish here for Daria Kovalova. It's going to be a big game. 248 with a strike on the fill. She's got 5 in a row right now. It's going to help her out considerably in the standings. right, already started here with game 3 on our featured pairs. Got Katie Sutphin, Grace Hall, Sandy Charles, and Linda Barnes on 23 and 24 this game. 4-9 split for Sutphin. We got a full pair of 5 coming over for game 3 on 25 and 26. Looks like our pair that's coming to 25 and 26 is still in the 10th frame, just getting started with the 10th frame, down on 17 and 18. So they're going to be a few minutes before they make it over to us on 25 and 26. We'll be well into this game here on 23 and 24. Already wrapping up the second frame. Just had an update from the Pan Am Games in Toronto where Liz Johnson took the early lead in the women's singles. She had 13:34 in the first 6 games of qualifying. And it looks like they're going to bowl 6 more games of qualifying tomorrow afternoon. Then they'll go to match play on Saturday, where they will determine the singles medals. Shannon Pluhowski was in 7th, tied for 7th place with 12:17. Team USA men, Devin Bidwell and Tommy Jones. Let's see, Bidwell had 13:89, sits in 3rd place. And Tommy Jones, 4th place at 13:82. Looks like our bowlers for 25 and 26 are moving in and going to get started here in just a moment. Fifth frame on 23 and 24, and just about to get started on 25 and 26. Sometimes that happens when you've got four on some pair and 5 on others, but it'll all even out by the end, I would presume. Kayla Johnson, Sherry Tan, Samantha Carpio, Tatiana Munoz. On 25 and 26. Kayla says that they had an issue with their scoring last game, which slowed them down by about 15 minutes. That makes sense as to why they were a little behind on that pair. Sometimes that happens. Oh, I forgot to mention Katie Garcia also on 25 and 26 this game. Sorry about that, Katie. So the scores also will be delayed just a bit and being updated as a result of that delay for that pair. And we'll have to wait and see. It shouldn't be too long, I wouldn't imagine. Everybody is in game number 3 right now across the house, it looks like. But we're just getting started here with our game, so it'll take a few minutes for them to get the scores updated. A couple of splits on the deck on 23 and 24, including a 7-10 split for Grace Hall. And look at the powerful shot, Kayla Johnson. She is a great young player, Boulder, Nebraska. Very powerful, high rev game, and a lot of fun to watch. Look forward to seeing what she does out here on the tour this season. Battled an injury, had surgery, missed the Queens. Looking like she's back to healthy again, and wouldn't be surprised to see her make a show or two. You're watching the PWBA Wichita Open here on Bull TV on Extra Frame. Wrapping up game 3 of 6 on 23 and 24, and just in the third frame on 25 and 26. Tatiana Munoz, who lives here now in Wichita. She graduated from Maryland Eastern Shore. Degree in psychology, and she got a job here recently. So nice to see her out here bowling in the PWBA Wichita Open. We've got Sherry Tan up on lane 26. Sherry, one of the best bowlers in Asia and the world. Part of the Singaporean contingency that has come here for a couple of stops. And Linda Barnes up on lane 23. Of course, everybody knows who Linda Barnes is, USBC Hall of Famer. She's won the Queens a couple times. Her husband is, of course, Chris Barnes. Looks like we've got some updated standings. Diana Zavialova at plus 206. Kelly Kulik plus 166. This is after 8 games. Brianna Caldwell at plus 156. Sabrina Divis at plus 144. Summer Jasmine at plus 133. That's her top 5. 6th place, Linda Barnes and Shayna Ung tied at plus 125. 8th place, Marcia Klimkin, plus 123. Tania Falbo, plus 119. Brittany Himmelrich at plus 109. 11th place is a tie, Jazriel Tan and Daria Kovalova at plus 108. 13th is Carolyn Dorn-Ballard at plus 107. Ashley Rucker in 14th at plus 106. Shannon O'Keefe at plus 104 is 15th, and rounding out the top 16 and in the cut position, Amanda Green at plus 96. Karen Boyd just outside the number at plus 95, followed by a 3-way tie for 18th with Danielle McEwen, Jennifer Higgins, and Kayla Johnson at plus 90. 184 for Linda Barnes. Kind of going the opposite direction she'd like to go that game. Grace Hall with 210. I want to say thank you to Tiffany Morris for bringing us some cookies here to the Bowl TV on Extra Frame booth. Some homemade Rolo cookies. Pretty tasty. So finishing up game 3 on 23 and 24. We still have half a game to go on our other featured pair. All done on 23 and 24. Not sure if our next group of bowlers is quite ready to come over here yet on that pair. We'll keep an eye on it. Strong ball of Kayla Johnson strikes again for the double. looks like our pair that's going to be coming to 23 and 24 is the pair that followed the bowlers who are on 25 and 26 now, because it's not a set rotation. The number of lanes you move changes each game, so you don't follow the same people each game. So that actually is somewhat good news, because it'll put us back in sync between our two pairs in terms of starting in game number 4 at about the same time. Finishing up the 7th frame. And getting ready to go into the 8th for everybody here. Already kind of underway in the 8th, I guess. Sherry Tan is quietly putting together a string of 4 strikes in a row. And she gets ready to step up on lane 25 here, the lefty from Singapore. Sherry struggling a little bit so far, minus 34, but if she can pop a big game here, it would help her chances. Some Another strike. She's got 258 left out there. That would get her into plus territory. And she'd still have a chance if she could bowl a big last set, last 3 games. She'd still have a chance to make it into the top 16 potentially, and certainly in position to earn a check. Tenth frame underway here as we wrap up game 3 of our afternoon round of qualifying. 23 for Kayla Johnson. Sherry Tan still going to be in the 230s this game if she makes the spare. That'll help get her pretty close to even for the tournament. If Sherry gets a strike on her fill, she'll be at 236, which I think would put her at about +2 for the tournament. .235 for Sherry Tan. As game 3 comes to a close here on the featured pairs. We'll be getting started with game 4 momentarily here live on Bowl TV on YouTube, on Extra Frame, excuse me. All right, getting started here with our 4th game of this round. Missy Parkin getting ready to step up on lane 26. Heather Helmbrecht, Jeannie Franklin, Daphne Tan on 25 and 26. 23 and 24 are going to be getting started momentarily. And just one bowler finishing up the previous game. All right, so getting started on 23 and 24, Danielle Vandermeer. Vandermeer kicks things off. Beverly Blanchard. Amy Fisher. Megan McGinley. Deb Alvarez join us on 23 and 24 this game. You're watching the PWBA Wichita Open here on Bowl TV on YouTube. Looking to see if we have an update on our standings yet. Not quite yet, but we'll be coming in soon. Some of the pairs bowling a little bit on the slower side. Remember, after we finish up here this afternoon, the top 16 players will advance into round robin match play tomorrow. Got about, let's see, 2.5 games to go, qualifying. So we're going to have a special guest join us here. Get her set up. Fran Deacon, PWBA Hall of Famer. You spent a lot of years as a tournament director for the old LPBT, right?
Yes, I did.
I thought so. How long did you do that?
I kind of lost track. I think 13 or 14 years.
Yeah, but you were involved in the ladies tour for quite a while, and you've got to be pretty excited to.
I bowled on the ladies tour
you
before
bowled,
that.
Exactly. That's why I said you were involved. Yeah, you were. You got to be pretty excited to see it back, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a long time coming.
And
I think.
the amount of talent in the field is fantastic.
How does it compare to when you bowled and when you were involved in terms of the talent level? Do you think it just keeps getting better and better?
I think the talent level is a lot better. I think a lot of that comes from the high school and college coaching. I see people throwing the ball a lot better. You still have a division between those who really know how to read the lane and adjust and those who are still learning it. But that'll come for all of them, the more experience they get.
Joined by Fran Deacon, PWBA Hall of Famer. And you don't live too far from here, I think, right?
Yeah, about 3 hours.
Yeah.
I live in Tulsa.
Close enough that it's a
a
nice
day trip.
drive over.
Oh, yeah.
And it's pretty disappointing to see the tour go away in 2003. But did you always hold out some hope that this day, this year might come again?
I hoped it came. I hoped it would come. But it's been a long wait. I'm just glad to see all these ladies supporting the tour. This is awesome.
Yeah, one thing we kind of saw towards the end of the tour was a little bit of a lack of participation, and it's nice to see sold-out fields and having to expand and have a lot of...
But I think some of that lack of participation was due to the difference in the level of talent.
Yeah. Yeah, you had a lot of... you had a group of exceptional bowlers that continuously won and did well, and that might have kept some of, I guess, scared some other folks away. But now we've got so many talented young players.
Yes, and like I said, I think that's due to the collegiate program.
Yeah, collegiate and youth, and we got a good, as good of a feeder system as there ever has been in bowling to get bowlers to this level. So that's good. It's
I
it's a
agree with
positive
that.
thing.
I watch a lot of collegiate bowling, and the level of that has gone up tremendously in the last 10 years.
Yeah, for sure, especially on the NCAA side, which just got started, not too long after the tour.
That's
folded,
right.
And that has helped to develop a lot of great young female bowlers, and we're seeing a lot of them out here right now.
Absolutely.
You're still a little bit competitive. You're on the lanes every once in a while.
Every now and then. I still try. I don't know enough to quit.
You still see you every once in a while at the Senior Queens or
Oh,
the
yeah.
other events. So
I still bowl the women's nationals. And I bowl here in this house once a year at the Southwest tournament.
there you go.
I generally cash, so
Oh,
I'm
that's
happy
good.
with it.
Fran Deacon sitting in with us for a minute. I was getting a little lonely over here, so I saw you sitting there.
You look lonely. That's kind of why I waved at you.
Yeah. I said, come on over, Fran. Talk for a bit.
Well, Wichita's a great bowling town. I'm sure they're going to have a great pro-am tonight, too.
Yeah, we've got a pro-am after this squad ends. Should be pretty exciting.
Oh,
The ladies like the opportunity to get out there and bowl, especially with the young kids who come out, and that's
They do. I worked with the ladies last year at the All-Star tournament in Rockford, and at that point, he had a big pro-am. We had to teach a lot of them how to bowl a pro-am
Right.
as the pro.
Yeah, exactly.
They'd only bowled as an am, and they took to it instantly, and most of them came back and said that was fun. They enjoyed bowling with all the people, and especially with the kids.
Yeah, it's not as easy as just showing up and bowling as a pro. There's a lot that goes into bowling in a pro-am for these
Yes.
ladies. You gotta got to be engaging. You got to talk to the AMs. This is how these young girls that come and bowl the Pro-Am and boys and even adults, they like to have bowlers to look up to. And it was nice to see. I didn't go to Lubbock last week, but I was in Sacramento, and even though it was a long day, they were still out there making friends, taking pictures, doing selfies, all kinds of stuff with the young bowlers, and that's important.
Well, many years ago, Leila Wagner, who used to do the television shows for the PWBA and the LPBT, she would say, bowling the Pro-Am is part acting. Even if you had a bad day on the lanes, even if you're tired, you have to make sure that the people who paid to bowl with you have a good time.
Exactly right. Yeah, it's important because those are some memories that will last a long time.
Absolutely, and that's what keeps people bowling.
And you don't get the opportunity to see your favorite pro all the time anymore, and you haven't on the women's side for a dozen years. So for many of them, it's a first time they've had an opportunity.
This is a treat for these people because even when I started bowling the tour, Wichita was always a tour stop. We came here in the 70s and the 80s.
Yeah, I think I looked it up. Wichita has hosted, I believe, the PWBA or LPBT 8 times, but not since 1987. So it had been a while since professional women's bowling has been here. And I was kind of surprised by that. I thought that it would have been here a little bit more in the 90s or 2000s, but,
No, because at that time they hosted a PBA stop.
Yeah, that could be why. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. See, you're a wealth of information.
There you go. Useless information most of the time.
No. You've always got lots of good information.
But yeah, they did. They hosted a PBA stop for quite some time. You can only do so many Pro-Ams a year.
Yeah,
you don't
that's true.
Wear the people out.
That's true. But the sport's a little different than when you were tournament director. Then I guess the fundamental things are the same, but the scores and the balls and everything, it's a little bit of a different game than it was.
Well, the bowling balls are a lot stronger. I went through a lot of transitions from when I started bowling with hard rubber bowling balls. But I try to keep up with it. I get the latest equipment.
That's important to do if you want to stay competitive.
It is. But as you get older, you have to learn that what suits the top pros doesn't always suit your game. So you have to pick and choose. A lot of it depends on your ball speed.
Yeah, that's true. So, Fran, from all your years out on tour, bowling and working, what's the one thing that you missed the most about that experience?
Having 100 daughters.
Yeah.
Because I don't have any daughters. I have a daughter-in-law who's pretty terrific, but I only had sons, so it was great just today to have lunch with some of these ladies that bowled on tour when I worked the tour.
Yeah, it's kind of like a mother hen kind of thing, right? Taking care of them.
It is, and thank goodness for Facebook, so I can keep track of them and how they're doing.
That's right. Yeah, most of them are on Facebook or Twitter or whatever.
They're on Facebook, and now with my tablet, I can follow the PWBA tour.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting to have it back and have these ladies have a well-deserved chance to have their bowling careers. Some of them, unfortunately, have had their prime years kind of they missed out, but some of them have worked hard to get themselves in the best bowling shape possible to get out here and take on these young guns. And
they worked on staying fit and keeping up with the equipment and trying to keep up their ball speed, and that's all very, very important. And they have a lot of lane knowledge. They're still good at reading the lanes, as you can see by some of those that are in the top 16 right now. They're putting that lane knowledge to good use.
Let's see if we have an update on the standings. Well, it looks like we do. Diana Zaviolova still in the lead, but just barely, because Kelly Kulik is knocking on the door. Diana at plus 200, and Kelly now at plus 197. Kelly 704 for her first 3 games on this block, so that's a big turnaround for her. And Sabrina Divis is in third at plus 186. Brianna Caldwell fourth at plus 169. Jazriel Tan, last week's winner, at plus 166. And one of our seniors, Carolyn Doran Ballard.
That's right.
Hardly a senior, but has the S next to her name nonetheless. At 6th place at plus 163, she's bowled a good block so far in this afternoon session.
I think the one who's made the biggest turnaround, though, is right down there in 15th, Daphne Tan.
Yeah, she's moved into the top 16.
Yeah, she had 700 for her first 3.
Yeah, she shot under the first 6 games.
Oh yeah, I watched her struggle, and when she came out this block, she had changed her equipment, changed her line. She found something.
She's on our pairs right now, actually.
Yeah, she's struggling a little this game. Maybe her shot went away a little bit.
Yeah, she could shoot 203 if she could find a way to throw 4 strikes to close out the game.
Yeah, but she started out 240, 250.
Yeah. 7th place is Danielle McEwen at plus 133. Summer Jasmine is in 8th at plus 127. Shannon O'Keefe plus 118. Kayla Johnson and Daria Kovalova tied at plus 113. Marsha Klemkin, 12th place at plus 110. Linda Barnes at plus 109. Karen Boyd at plus 107. And then 15th is a two-way tie. Daphne Tan and Tania Falbo at plus 97. Stephanie Johnson is the first out of the cut, currently at plus 94.
You know, Lucas, I think it'll be interesting to track after the first 3 weeks how many different names have been in the top 16. I
Sure,
mean,
it's a
that'll
lot,
really
yeah.
show you the depth of the field.
Yeah, we've had a nice variation in the patterns used for the first 3 weeks. So
Yes.
that helps to keep everybody in the mix and have a chance. And scores, let's see here, 210.78 average right now is the number to make the cut.
So they're a little higher this week.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yep.
Kind of expected that, I think.
Yeah.
Not necessarily as high at the top, though. Only 222 average for Diana, so nobody's
Yeah, but
really running away with it.
That
but the-
16th number.
Yeah, the 16th
higher.
number is definitely a little bit higher. But it shows you how close together everybody really is, and it'll be a pretty tight race tomorrow for the.
Very true.
make
And,
the show.
and this is a good scoring house.
Yeah,
Always
Yeah.
has been.
Chris Barnes said it was a good carry here usually.
It is. It is. I bowl tournament here once a year. I know it's good carry.
Now Fran Deacon sitting in with us, PWBA Hall of Famer. You went into the PWBA Hall of Fame, I'm guessing back in the 90s?
97.
I'd say 97 would have been my guess, 97.
That was pretty close.
Yeah, there's been a lot of, when the PWBA stopped in 2003, of course, the Hall of Fame stopped as well.
Unfortunately.
So there are a number of ladies who deserve to be in the PWBA Hall of Fame who currently are not, but I have a feeling that situation will be rectified over time.
I would certainly hope so.
As we kind of get our feet wet, and yeah, the first priority was to get bowling on the lanes
Right,
and get
right.
moving in that direction, and now we can hopefully start to focus some of our attention to remembering the past achievements of some of the players. 'Cause there
Well,
are-
you've still got some players there in the field who are multi-titleists, who are
absolutely.
still looking for more titles.
yeah, absolutely.
So
And there are many of them who are still bowling, who certainly will be in the PWBA Hall of Fame one day,
oh, I would think so.
and a lot of future PWBA Hall of Famers, for sure.
Yes, yes. I serve on the USBC Hall of Fame committee too, and I can see some future USBC Hall of Famers
Right.
if we have enough tournaments for
Yeah.
them to bowl.
Yeah, this will be helpful for the USBC Hall of Fame as well, because there's not a lot of national achievements to judge people on for qualifications for the
ladies.
USBC Hall of Fame on the women's side.
Yes,
So this is good because it gives you another, another measure to judge players by. To
Yes,
see whether
it's
they're
been very
eligible.
difficult.
So, yeah,
Because
it's been
really,
hard to find eligible candidates, I think, that are on the
absolutely,
women's side, right?
absolutely. This will help a great deal, I think, if it continues on, and I certainly hope it will.
Well, we're guaranteed for at least 3 years. That's the commitment that was made. And I
Which
think
is
that
great.
based on the start, it certainly seems like this could be in for the long haul, I hope. We have a tour for good. That'd be nice.
I think so. I've talked to a few proprietors, mostly in the Midwest because that's where I live, but they're looking at those first 3 tournaments and saying, I might
Yeah.
be interested in that. So that shows hope for the future, I think.
Yeah, when we were in Sacramento, Steve Cook, who's the proprietor out there, said that he had never seen that many people in his bowling center ever, as what we had for
That's great.
for the stop. I mean, it was wall-to-wall people, jam-packed. So it was. They definitely came out and supported us in the Sacramento market. And of course, it helps that Sacramento is very close to a major metropolitan area, with San Francisco really close, and you got a lot of bowlers out there. So.
Well, but San Francisco only has one bowling center left within the city.
But
in the area.
Yeah, in the area,
yeah.
Oakland, San Jose, Fresno,
But
all
right,
within the driving
yeah.
distance of.
But Wichita is a very strong bowling area.
It's very strong. Yep. Yep, and that's one of the reasons why Wichita got one of the stops. It's a very strong bowling community with a lot of strong history in the game, especially on the collegiate side as well.
Absolutely.
Wichita State and Newman, both based here. Strong college programs.
Well, and then the ladies' tour will be going to Lincoln, which Nebraska has a strong program, and Midland, which is not far from there, has a strong program now.
Yeah, just down the road in Fremont.
Right. In fact, wasn't Sabrina Divis, didn't she bowl for Midland?
Yeah, I believe she did. Yep.
I thought I remembered her telling me that.
Yeah, we've got a lot of college bowlers who are in the field, and it's nice to see. Looks like Missy Parkins a little confused, only going to shoot 160 this game.
Missy's having a little neck problem.
Is she?
3 weeks of making the top 4.
Yeah, she's bowled a lot of games. It's been a pretty impressive run for Missy in the first 2 weeks.
Yes.
As she has made the show in both tournaments, finishing third, I think, both weeks.
Yes, she did.
She lost last week to Stephanie in the step ladder. It seems like Missy might have some work to do if she wants to make the show this week. She's right now 35th at plus 35 and going the wrong direction.
Yeah, I think so.
It's going to be hard for her to make it with only 2 games to go.
Well, you talked about the different lane conditions, and I think this one, Missy's been through a lot of bowling balls today while I've been watching, so it doesn't suit everybody's game.
All right, I'm looking up Fran Deacon's bio on our PWBA.com.
Oh, dear.
You were inducted into the Builder category in 1997.
That's correct.
Builder. I guess that would be like a...
That's like
a meritorious service category?
Yes.
And I'm going to read your bio because it's each one's only a paragraph, so for everybody. Fran Deacon was a collegiate and professional woman bowler who distinguished herself off the lanes as an extraordinary advocate for women's bowling. Did you write this yourself?
Heck no.
She spent more than 3 decades as tournament director for the former LPBT. So.
Off and on.
Yeah, off and on. Okay.
Off and on. Well, even when I was bowling on tour, I used to run pro-ams for them when they would bump into another tournament. I would go ahead to the next one and run the pro-am.
And it says you were a member of the original PWBA Board of Directors.
That's true.
Wow. That dates back to
1981.
81.
In 1980, I went to Rockford to meet with John Summer and his group to represent the players, to let them know what they wanted in a tour.
Which is important, of course.
Yes.
If you don't know what the players want, then it's hard to be successful. We spent a lot of time talking to the players before we relaunched the PWBA to make sure we were doing it right.
Well, you have to. And, the women players, they're a little different than the men.
Yeah. Yeah, they like to be involved, and
yes, they do.
We're definitely welcoming of the suggestions that
they have some good suggestions. They have some good suggestions. But I try to stay involved in the bowling now. I still coach high school bowling, and I'm on our local board in Tulsa. So.
And you've been involved in the International Bowling Media Association a little bit.
Oh, yeah, I'm on that board of directors, too. I forgot about that. I guess
you stay busy.
I do. I try to.
It's got to be nice to have a stop pretty close to home. Are you going to make it to any of the other ones? We're going to go hit up Topeka, and that can't be too far from Tulsa, right?
Well, that's another hour. So that makes it a 4-hour
4 hours,
drive.
huh?
You know, that's
yeah, that gets a little
far.
tough.
Yeah. Well, I would have stayed overnight here, but I have to go to a coaching clinic tomorrow.
Oh, do you really?
At home, yes, for high school coaches. So
So you're
the
staying
dates
busy.
the dates just coincided. Couldn't help it.
Well, we're glad that you were able to come in and watch a little bit.
Oh, I'm loving it.
Support the ladies tour.
Absolutely. They had a good crowd here today.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's pretty good.
It was better. It was better earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, especially for it's a Friday, it's a work day.
Absolutely.
Starting to get off work.
And it's 100 degrees outside.
Oh, it is hot outside. I tell you what.
This is the Midwest summer.
Yeah. It is hot here. But I expect we'll have a really good crowd tomorrow as well. It's a Saturday. People are off work.
Absolutely.
It's hot outside. You don't
And
really
it's
want to do
cooler in
anything.
here.
It's much cooler in here. It's nice in here.
Well, it'll be hot next week at the Lucy Bonneau tournament too.
Are you going down there for that? No?
No, my
Yeah,
son
neither
lives
am
there
I.
in Houston, but
Oh, really?
he's already given away the bids to some of the bowlers. So, and that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, that'll be a good tournament. That's going to be on Extra Frame as well. I will not be there. I'll be at the Senior Masters.
Oh,
in
that's
Green
right.
Bay.
Coincides.
Yeah, we'll have live streaming of that starting on Monday, I believe, qualifying with Matt Cannizzaro. I'm sure you'll be tuned in, Fran. You always
Of
watch
course.
our live streaming.
I watch it all. Every bit of it that I can.
Yeah, so Senior Masters next week on Bowl TV. Step ladder for the Senior Masters is Sunday, a week from Sunday at noon Eastern.
Oh,
So.
okay.
And last year's step ladder, if you remember, Walter Ray Williams Jr. collapsed the bucket to win.
I
which
do
was
remember that.
incredible. Just a great live stream final. It might have been the best one we've had, I think.
It was a good one.
And,
It was good.
Let's hope it's as exciting this year. The Senior Masters is always great for live streaming.
But the senior tournament that ended the other night with Parker Bone winning,
Yeah, I didn't have a chance to watch, but
he did not miss the pocket. he did have a couple of splits, but he went up the step ladder all the way, and it was just phenomenal.
yeah, I saw the
Probably saw
post
the
on
scores.
Facebook
Yeah.
about who made the step ladder, and I was like, it looks like a PBA event, basically.
Absolutely, it was a
So many
tough
big
step
names.
ladder.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like we're already starting Game 5 on 25 and 26. Lindsey Boomersheim, DeAndres Beatty on that pair, along with Kayleen Owens, excuse me, and I'm not sure who else we have. I'll have to wait. They haven't quite made it over yet, I don't think. But they are in Game 5 on that pair. Game 4 on 23 and 24. Sometimes get a little out of sync with some pairs having 5 and some pairs having 4, which I'm sure you have dealt with as tournament director before.
Oh yes, and the fours and the threesomes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, we had to make some adjustments to the schedule. It's Chenoa Roads, by the way, is the other. We had to make some adjustments to the schedule for the tour because of the increased level of interest. You know, we kind of planned for 4 in a pair for all the squads, and quite honestly, we thought that was going to be sufficient. But it turns out that we were wrong.
But what a nice way to be wrong.
Yeah, if you're going to be wrong, that's a good place to be wrong right there.
Absolutely.
And so we've made adjustments to accommodate as many bowlers as we can.
Right, but fivesomes do take longer.
Yeah.
There's no way around it.
Yeah, and I don't think you want to go to 6 because that gets to be a bit too much. You don't want
And this
to
is a-
mess with the integrity
yeah.
of the tournament.
Well, and this is a bigger bowling center to cross than the last two.
It is. Yeah, and then we have, after the Lucy next weekend, or the mixed doubles, we've got Topeka, which is a kind of a small center.
Yeah, it's a smaller center.
And then we go to Lincoln, which is 32. And then we go to Welch, which is only 24, I think. So that's going to be a tight one. So,
I think so.
then we go to Detroit, which is huge. And we go to Carolier, which is one of the biggest you can get to. So
Huge. Now, in
have-
Topeka, one of the proprietors is Jerry Kessler,
oh, okay.
and his wife bowled on the tour back when I did, Cheryl Van Leberg Kessler. In fact, I think she was a runner-up in the U.S. Open way back. She coaches Baker University women's team.
Oh, okay.
So, and
Yeah,
she
that's
does
good.
a good job of it. She's a good recruiter. They've come a long way.
Sounds like we'll have a good tournament in Topeka then in 2
Oh,
weeks.
yeah. They know what they're doing. They know about the women's tour.
Yeah, that's the great thing about the being able to go to the different cities with the tour is that you get to hit cities like Topeka that probably don't get tour stops very often. I don't know that Topeka's ever had a women's tour stop. I'd have to look at
I
my
don't
records.
think they have. But years ago when I was running the tournaments, we had a tournament in Yuma, Arizona. So you never
You
know.
never know. Exactly. You never know. I mean, whoever thought that Welch, Minnesota would have a tour stop?
That's
it's
right.
an hour from Minneapolis, so.
Well, Minneapolis has always been a good bowling
It is a good
town.
bowling town, yeah.
Yeah.
But they've got a casino there in Welch, which has helped to step up and bring the tournament there, so
Right.
showing their support. They have a lot of events in Welch for like PBA 50 and regionals, I guess, as well. I think they just had the stop in this past weekend was for the PBA 50 was in Welch, I believe,
Right.
in Treasure
Right.
Island.
It was.
Well,
That
Fran,
was a
thanks
good
for
one.
sitting in.
Well,
It's
you're more
nice
than
to-
welcome. My pleasure.
Nice to hear from you, and I'm glad you were able to come out and
Well, I
watch the ladies for a bit,
just-
catch
yeah.
up with everybody.
enjoyed it very much. Thanks
And I'm
for
sure
having
that you'll
me.
be watching the live streaming tomorrow.
Wouldn't miss it.
As soon as you get done with your coaching clinic, right?
Right. Absolutely.
The good news is it's always available on demand afterwards. So.
I've done that too.
Fran Deacon, PWBA Hall of Famer, thanks
Thank
for joining
you.
us. So we're wrapping up game 4 on 23 and 24, and we are just underway game number 5 on 25 and 26 here on Bowl TV on Extra Frame. Thanks for joining us, and thanks to Fran Deacon for sitting in for a few minutes. Always nice to hear from one of our PWBA Hall of Famers. Follow the live scoring at pwba.com/live if you'd like to take a look at the scores for the frame by frame across the house. Amy Fisher wrapping up this game with a 174. Andres Beatty working on a double. And D strikes again, 3 in a row. So about ready to get started with game 5 on 23 and 24. got Annetta Light, Shannon Sellens. Both up on 23 and 24. Ashley Galante, Amanda Cortez, and Jasmine Snell on 23 and 24 this game. game 5 of 6 in our second round of qualifying here this evening at the PWBA Wichita Open. Deandra Esbady with another strike for a double. Got one more game to go after this one to close out qualifying and finalize our 16-player field for round-robin match play tomorrow. updated standings after 10 games. So with 2 to go, Diana Zaviolova is still in the lead, plus 227. Kelly Kulik still in second place at plus 200. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard is in third at plus 198. Brianna Caldwell, fourth place, plus 197. Sabrina Divis in fifth place at plus 170. Jazriel Tan at plus 159. Shannon O'Keefe plus 155. Linda Barnes plus 135. Lindsay Boomersheim plus 124. Stephanie Johnson at plus 120. Karen Boyd at plus 119. 12th place is Danielle McEwen at plus 114. 13th is a tie at plus 113 for Daria Kovalova and Summer Jasmine. Kayla Johnson, 15th place at plus 110. And currently on the bubble in 16th place, Jennifer Higgins at plus 102. Ashley Rucker, plus 100, is in 17th, first player out of the cut currently. Jackie Carpenetto at plus 96, Leanne Holstenberg plus 89, Marcia Klumpkin plus 88, Amanda Cortez plus 87, Jasmine Snell plus 85, Tinia Falbo also plus 85. So we got a lot of players still in the hunt to make the cut to the top 16 for match play. And we will be finalizing that match play field here in just a little bit. Game number 5 of 6 for this round. One more game to go after this in qualifying to determine our field for tomorrow. Final shots coming up here for Boomershine and as Beatty. Lindsay finishes with 196. Deandra is going to be at 202 with a strike on the fill. So we're just closing out game 5 on 25 and 26, which is the pair to the right, and 23 and 24 to the left is in the 7th frame of game 5. So one more game to go once we wrap this game up, and that will finalize our qualifying standings. Shannon Sellens has a nice string here. 5 in a row. Make it 6. waiting for our next group of bowlers to come over to 25 and 26 for the final game of qualifying. Not sure who we're going to have just yet. But we're still finishing up game 5 here on 23 and 24. Another strike for Sellens. She now has 7 in a row. Like we've got some names up on 25 and 26, which means that we will potentially start this next game here in just a minute or two. Sellens goes through the face, leaves the 6 pin, second shot in the 10th. Should be in the 250s this game. Last shot here of game 5 on our featured pairs. As we get ready for our final game of qualifying here at the PWBA Wichita Open. While we have a break in the action, be sure to follow the PWBA Tour on social media. Facebook.com/PWBA Tour, Twitter.com/PWBA Tour, and also on Instagram, Instagram.com/PWBA Tour. All right, they're underway with the final game. Names did not come up on the scoreboards right. They came up on the wrong pairs. So until they get the names fixed on the scoreboards, we'll just leave it with this view with no scores for you, because it'll be a bit confusing. Well, you do have Maria Jose Rodriguez, Kayla Bandy, Elise Bolton, Carrie Smith on this pair. Well, the good news is everybody's bowling. The bad news is the names don't match the players on the scoreboards. So I'll go ahead and put the scoreboards back up, but keep in mind that the player names are wrong. So you can follow the arrows to see who the score is for. Maria Rodriguez with a strike in the fifth here in our final game of qualifying at the PWBA Wichita Open. As soon as we have standings, we will let you know. Once again, the names are incorrect for the players on the overhead monitors. But since it's the last game, they're just going to go ahead and bowl. Updated standings after 11 games. Diana Zaviolova in the lead at plus 259. Brianna Caldwell at plus 255. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard plus 254. Kelly Kulick plus 212. Shannon O'Keefe plus 174. Jazriel Tan at plus 170. Stephanie Johnson plus 168. Sabrina Divis at plus 157. Linda Barnes at plus 150. 10th place is Kayla Johnson plus 143. 11th is Danielle McEwen at plus 138. Lindsay Boomershine plus 120. Jackie Carbonetto plus 113. Daria Kovalova plus 104. Shannon Sellens had that big last game. She moves into the top 16 at plus 103 in 15th place. And Leon Holsenberg rounds out the top 16 at plus 101. So we're in our final game of qualifying. Leanne Holstenberg is the number right now, plus 101 for the cut. Amanda Green is plus 92. Jen Higgins plus 91. Tania Falbo plus 90. Marsha Klemkin plus 81. Summer Jasmine plus 79. Holly Harris and Brittany Hemmelrick at plus 76. Christina Wendell plus 74. Karen Boyd at plus 71. Four-way tie at plus 70. Daphne Tan, April Murphy, Hufwen New, and Ashley Rucker. All those players within 31 pins of the cut right now. Going into our last game. Names should all be right now, or getting close to it at least. Maybe there's a pair or two still not correct. Find the full standings at pwba.com/live. As we wind down qualifying here, live scoring also available on there. They should have fixed most of the names by now across the house, so try to keep you updated best we can. Right now, Diana Zaviolova is your leader. With a game to go. But it's a pretty tight race for the top spot to lead qualifying. They fixed some of the names across the house, but not quite all of them. Featured pair 25 and 26 is one of the exceptions. So you can just follow the arrows for the players to see their score, even though the names aren't right on 25 and 26. Only got a couple of frames, 3 frames to go on 23 and 24 in qualifying. Maria Jose Rodriguez working on 3 strikes in a row. Top 16 advance to match play tomorrow, starting at 8:30 Central Time. With the first 8 games, the second 8 games will be in the afternoon at 1:30. Winding down qualifying here at the PWBA Wichita Open. Stepladder finals tomorrow night at 6:30 Central Time. Hope you'll join us. Top 4 advance to the show. First 2 winners of our stretch here. Alicia Current, Jazrael Tan. Of course, Liz Johnson won the Queens back in May. That was officially the first. It's an official first PWBA event. But we're just now in our swing here. Bowling every week for about 2.5 months. Jason Thomas is hanging out with us. Let's turn on Jason's mic. Hi, Jason.
Hi.
That was your bowling guy voice right there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the voice of knowing that this names are wrong.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating,
Yeah.
but sometimes mistakes happen.
Yeah.
The good news is we're still bowling, and we're still going to finish in plenty of time so that our Pro-Am bowlers get out there and have a good time this evening at 8 o'clock with their Pro-Am.
Yeah, it should be great. They've already got 144 signed up, and
Seriously?
yeah, they don't
Wow.
even know how many they're going to get walk up, so it could be even more.
Wow, I wonder what the capacity is.
Yeah, I think they said they're going to cap it at 7 on a pair.
Wow.
So.
Well, that's good. That's good news. They
Yeah.
have a lot of interest in the Pro-Am.
Great.
Yeah, that's good.
We keep getting these capacity surprises out here on the PWBA tour, which is a good problem to have.
We've had a good crowd throughout the day here today in North Rock Lanes. A lot of people coming out to support, and of course even more people showing up for the Pro-Am tonight. And hopefully they'll all come back tomorrow to watch the finals.
Yeah, it's a great. What I've always seen when you have a pro event in town, especially the towns that are big bowling towns like Wichita, this is a place for the bowlers in the area to come and socialize and watch the best and kind of talk and say, hey, I wish I could have been out there, and why aren't you out there? It's just it's a cool social event for bowlers.
And we're wrapping things up here. Final game of the day. Once again, we start tomorrow morning at 8:30 Central Time, 9:30 Eastern. Well, outside of the little glitch to close out qualifying, things run pretty smooth. Look forward to a problem-free day tomorrow as well.
We can only hope.
It's pretty close around the cut number with a game to go. We've got a whole bunch of players within 30 pins of the number going into the last game, and a handful of players kind of floating right around the number above it currently.
Yeah, it's pretty tight between first and 16th, and then like you said, that you've got probably another 15 players that can jump into the number this last game. And mathematically, there's even more than that.
Yeah, we haven't had any of the tournaments yet where it hasn't been close from first to 16th going into match play either, where anybody in the top 16 can make the show, because there's a lot of games tomorrow, 16 games, and I think if my math is right, around 480 bonus pins available, something like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you win every match, which if you win every match, you're probably going to make the show, but no matter where you qualify. But a lot of bonus spins out there tomorrow, a lot of games, and just got to find a way to crack the top 16 here at the end of this day and give yourself a chance. It's almost certain that Jazriel Tan will be joining us in the match play portion of the event tomorrow. She's our our champion last week in Lubbock, and no surprise that she would be bowling well again. I think looks like Jazzy, she's bowling to the right of our featured pairs under the initials OS this game, and I think she can shoot 244 this game. There's a
you're right.
A lane indicator,
She's got
or a pin indicator there.
6 with a strike up in the 7th. So
Jazzy is certainly locked into the cut for sure.
But she's probably not going to be joined by 3 of her Singaporean teammates this week.
There were a couple that were kind of floating around the number, but they've kind of dropped off a little bit.
Got a couple of them have a chance this last game if they could shoot big games. In fact, 2 of them are tied for 26th at plus 70. And then another one just 13 pins back of that, 32nd, Shayna Ung.
One player who's in the top 16 right now who we have not seen yet on tour, who we will see a lot of, is Kayla Johnson, Team USA member who has got an awesome game. We watched her on live streaming earlier, and she's been recovering from injury that sidelined her for quite a while. Missed the Queens. And she's not 100% yet, but man, she's throwing them all good. And she's in 10th place coming into this game. So I hope she makes it, because she's a great up-and-coming talent that's going to be a superstar out here, I think. I've always liked her game. It's very powerful, very, very Michelle Feldman-like. If you want to compare her to anybody, high rev, high ball speed, lots of pin action, fun to watch. So she's going to be potentially a new face in the match play this week if she holds on to that position, which looks like she most likely will. She's in the cut by 50-plus pins, so that bodes well, but I don't know what she's bowling this game.
No, just one. I've been good this spot.
Got a 3-way battle basically for top qualifier honors. Diana Zaviolova, Brianna Caldwell, and Carolyn Doran-Ballard all within 5 pins of each other in the top of the standings. Carolyn is off to our left. She's up right now. Looks like she's going at a 2-0 pace this game. She could max at 214, so technically a 190 pace.
Yeah, we were just kind of waiting to see her finally, shake off the rust and have a good week.
Yeah, I think I called it earlier this morning when you were on. I said I expected Carolyn to bowl good today, and guess what? She has.
Yeah.
That's not exactly like picking the right lottery numbers, though.
No.
It's a pretty good guess.
I was a little surprised at the number of kind of train wrecks we've seen on this squad. Some players that were well into the number, and that
I know exactly who you're talking about too. Somebody who's going to be pretty devastated after last week. Amanda Green is kind of
she had
tanked it a bit.
A bit of a repeat of last week after going 158 over. Although she still she had a good game last game, and she's still right below the number. So
I don't know where
I would
she's
like.
at.
I don't typically root for players, but
Yeah.
after seeing her face last week, after what she went through, I wouldn't mind seeing her make the finals.
Yeah, she's not going to be a happy camper if she doesn't find a way to get in after shooting 158 over in the first round this morning. And I think that was second highest. I think she was second to Diana.
Yeah. Well, she's got a possible 234.
Right
yeah, she's just off to the right here.
She's got the 9th and the 10th to go, but
you can see her pinfall here.
Yeah,
that's her ball going down the lane down the right side, and
wait, put the jinx on her right through the face.
yeah,
At least she didn't leave a split.
She's going to need to make that and go off the sheet for 214, and then pray.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. You never know.
You got 3 ladies right there, right in that range. If she shoots 214, she'll get to plus 106. And there's 3 ladies at 104, 103, and 101, respectively. Who she'll have to hope bowl a bad game.
Just trying to also figure out who the leader's going to be, because that's who I need to interview once they finish up.
That's right.
So I'm trying to keep an eye on that best I can.
Well, I can see Shannon Sellens, who's one of the ladies that Amanda's chasing. She's on a 2-0 pace. If she can convert her 10-pin in the 7th frame. So if she were to continue that pace, she would finish ahead of Amanda. Daria's been up and down all day. Daria Kovalova, Wichita State star. She was early on leading the tournament and then fell below the cut, and now she's back in the cut. So I don't think anybody can predict what she's going to bowl this game. Leanne Holzenberg is the other player. She's right on the number, and she's at a 204 pace through 6 frames. And then goodness knows what else these players right below are shooting. So anything can happen. We could even have our first 1-game roll-off for the
Bite your tongue,
spot.
young man.
Well, the good news is we'll actually have time for it this week.
Yeah, I wonder if would it be tonight or would it be tomorrow morning?
We would do it tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, we would pick a neutral pair where neither of the players bowled on in this last round, and we would contest that.
We had a roll off at Junior Gold for the last spot in match play, and it was something else.
Yeah,
it was cool.
They're always intense. I mean, it was always funny because, sometimes, at the end of the day of qualifying, you're ready to go out and have a nice meal and unwind a little bit, but then you have that tie, and all of a sudden you get all your energy back.
Carolyn Dorn-Ballard's going to be at 192 with a strike on the fill, so it doesn't look like she's going to be our leader for qualifying.
Amanda Green gets the first strike in the 10th, and some applause behind her. Folks in the audience know that she absolutely has to have it.
And I'm texting Diana right now. I just said, she's on the approach. I said, can you tell me your final game score? So we'll see if she writes me back.
Sending distracting texts to our
well, she's on the approach, so I think that her name isn't right. I think she's on 38, and she's going to be in the 230s, it looks like. I just watch the ball go down the lane and try to guess if it's right.
Yeah, and then if the score pops up, then you know that's the right end. Amanda Green with another strike, so
yeah, she's
boy, how
hanging
much
in there, right?
how much would she give for that strike in the 9th.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Man.
That would have been huge. Another
That
20
would have
pins.
been, she would have been in soft for that one.
And I think Brianna Caldwell is down on lane 6. And she can go off the sheet for 233.
Oh, so close between Diana and Brianna.
Looks like Diana finished at 226.
So Brianna's going to have a chance.
So that would put Diana at 385?
285,
sorry.
yeah.
Trying to give her an extra 100 pins.
Yeah, she'll take it.
I'm sure she would.
And Amanda Green with the 214. I'm rooting for her to make it. I just want them all to make it, Lucas. I hope they all win.
Yeah, we don't like to see the sad faces after they're done. We'd like to see everybody make the cut.
They're all winners in my book.
Have you been reading a book of cliches recently? You're giving this commentary 110%.
Yes,
Taking it
that's right.
one day at a time.
One word at a time.
Only got a couple of frames to go here in our qualifying.
Now, it looks like Summer Jasmine is a player of consequence right now in this squabble to make this final cut. She's plus 79 going into this game.
She could still go 247 if she strikes out.
So
She's up right now. It looks like they got the names right on that pair updated.
I think, you know, you're going to want to get to 120
Yeah.
going into this game.
That's your thought?
Yeah. And with that miss there, if she makes this spare and goes off the sheet, she could still shoot 224, and that would put her at 103, and that would probably not be enough.
Diana did text me back, and she said she did shoot 226.
Okay, so
we had that right.
Her name was right. That was good.
Yeah, and assuming Brianna's name is right, and I think it is because it says B. Caldwell, so I think they typed that in manually. She can go 234, so she needs to throw the next 3 to be your qualifier, top qualifier in this event. It doesn't really, I don't know, it means a whole lot to be the top qualifier. You get your picture on PWBA.com and a story written about it. Which
it's
is
always nice to lead.
Sure. That's the goal,
makes
right?
You feel good. It's a story you can always tell. Led qualifying.
Just have to carry it through to it tomorrow.
It's a feather in your cap. Christina Wendell had a chance going into this game. She was plus 74, and best she can shoot now is 217. So that would be enough for a check. But she's got off to a great start this season with second place finish in Sacramento, and then a high finish last week in Lubbock.
We have a few extra checks this week too because we had more players. We have 35 checks instead of 32 because we added some more players to the field and we give checks to 1 and 3 bowlers.
Yeah, more money is always appreciated.
Looks like Brianna struck in the 9th.
Ooh, it's going to be interesting.
She's down on 5 and 6. Diana's probably down there putting the heebie-jeebies on her or something.
She's probably rooting for her so she doesn't have to do the interview.
Yeah, Diana doesn't like to do interviews.
Yeah.
So.
And I'll let you lead by a couple pins.
Shannon Pulowski always used to do that too. She's gotten better though. She would always intentionally. She would always joke that she didn't want to lead because she didn't want to have to be interviewed.
Jazz Real Tan can strike in the 10th on the fill ball for 234. So 232.
So she's in great shape going into tomorrow. Match play starts tomorrow morning at 8:30 Central. Be sure to join us here on Bull TV on Extra Frame. $16 games tomorrow of match play, followed by the stepladder finals. Another long day of intense competition for these ladies. As Chris Barnes said, we're making them earn it.
Yeah.
These two-day events. Which, nothing wrong with that.
I think they like it. They like the challenge. Everyone I've spoken with so far to a person has either been, we love it, or we need to get better. It's never, I haven't heard one single player say, it's too hard. I can't do it. So.
Yeah, they like the challenge, I think.
No, it's so refreshing. Even the players, and I've made sure I'm not just talking to the winner every week.
Oh, right, of course.
Who's always going to be happy. I've tried to talk to everybody, and every type of player, guests, members, younger, middle of the road, some of the older players, and to a person, those are the two responses I've gotten. We love the challenge, or I need to get better. So it's been great.
Well, the cut numbers to match play the first few weeks have been very reasonable numbers. In Sacramento, it took a 210 average to make the top 16. And then last week, it was, I'm going to tell you in just a second, it was 202. And this week, it's going to be right around 210 again. And so that's an attainable number for any of the players in the field. They feel like they probably can get there if they bowl well.
Right.
That's important to let everybody feel like they have a chance if they bowl well to make the top 16. And I feel like that's what we've done. And Kegel's done a great job with the patterns so far. And kudos to them for helping us out and being the official lane maintenance provider of the tour, because they've done a great job with these patterns, picking them out. And it's not a matter of just saying, okay, we're going to pull this pattern out of a hat and throw it on the lanes. No, there's a lot that goes into it, including looking at the surface and knowing the history of the bowling center to try to get a pattern out there that's going to be equitable and fair. Well, I don't think we're looking to have patterns where people are going to run them over and everybody's going to average 240.
No, and I think what you've seen kind of this block is that we had a big temperature change in the area today. It got really hot this afternoon, very humid. And I think also the players started a little further left this afternoon, which is tends to be what happens. If you got players coming out and they really hit them hard the last 2.5 games of the first block. So they get this look in their eyes and they say, gosh, they were so nice coming off the lanes at the end of the day. They want to start closer to where they finished the block before. And it doesn't always make it conducive for the scores being high, across the whole center for the whole block. And I think what you've seen this block is a different group of players hitting them and the field just basically compressing. The leader is only going to average in the low 220s, but it's going to take 210 to make the cut. So that's a really compressed top 16.
It's going to make for an interesting day tomorrow.
And one other great story that we had talked about this morning was Chelsea Gilliam, who was one of the Fabulous Four contest winners from this year. Breast cancer survivor, was diagnosed at the age of 23 and bowling in her first PWBA event this week. Got off to a rough start this morning, but she's plus, scores here, plus 35 for the block going into this game.
Shot 204.
Shot 204, so she shot plus 39 and is going to probably finish in the top 50.
Nice.
in her first
Yeah.
PWBA event. So
It's a good week.
good for her.
Looks like Brianna Caldwell struck out for 234 to snap off Diana by 4 pins.
Well, Diana, you don't have to do the interview. You just got saved.
That means Brianna's going to be the one with the target on her back tomorrow. As we have our last shots coming up here. And I'll close by telling you that my fiance is currently bowling in a charity event with the Indianapolis Colts cheerleaders.
Oh, yeah. That's
so
nice. Nice
I'm
picture.
missing out on that.
Yeah.
but She's having a good time and hoping to win us some tickets to the Monday Night Football home opener for the Colts. So
Yeah,
we'll see.
but I bet you they're not averaging 220.
Definitely
you get to
not.
watch pretty ladies average 220.
That is true. That is true. Well, that does it for the bowling on our featured pairs. We still have a few pairs that are bowling, finishing up. Actually, not too many finishing up. So I don't think it'll be very long before we have our final standings.
No, I think you're right. Should be within the next 15 minutes. Check on PWBA.com for those.
Yeah, pwba.com/live is a great resource. Make sure you bookmark it, save it on to your home screen on your iPhone.
Looks like we've got a heck of a finals field for tomorrow.
It's loaded,
there
for
could
sure.
be some
Yeah.
shuffling, but right now, as it stands, you have Diana Zavjalova, Brianna Caldwell. Obviously, we just talked about how those two shifted places. Carolyn Doran-Ballard, Kelly Kulick, Shannon O'Keefe, Jazreel Tan, last week's winner, Stephanie Johnson, last week's runner-up, Sabrina Divis, Linda Barnes, Kayla Johnson, Danielle McEwen, Lindsay Boomershine, Jackie Carbonetto, Daria Kovalova, great college player, Shannon Sellens, and Leanne Holzenberg, currently the top 16. Those are some good names.
That'll change a little bit. But,
Yep.
Leanne is going to shoot 207.
Yeah, not a lot of schlubs beneath those players
I
that
know,
could have
right?
moved into the finals. So it's going to be a great finals tomorrow, and whoever's going to win is going to earn it not only in the number of games they bowl, but also the competition that they're going to have to beat.
All right, well, we're going to have a match play tomorrow morning at 8:30, so make sure you join us. And keep an eye on pwba.com/live for the update on the standings.